Just realised I've been muted. But anyway, hello, my name is Anarchy. As I was saying before, I'm going to be building a Argyle case today. So it's a through-hole build. I'll be using SA8010 and nixie switches for the switches. So I've just got this holder which is going to be used to hold the PCB. Like so. This just makes it easier for when I place the components in, because the tails of the components will be sticking out the other side. Hi Matt. Nice to see you on stream. I just got the my solder mat out. It's just below my desk. Yeah, I mean, this is actually only about £9 or so off Amazon, so it's fairly cheap. But yeah, like, I've only just recently bought this just for, well, so I can use for projects in the future as well. But yeah, normally I would just sort of, because I've got components at either side, I can't just sort of put something normally either side of it, because obviously it'll cover up where I need to put the components through. But yeah, I just thought that it would be easier than trying to sort of, you know, hold it with one hand and try and put the components in. So I'm just going to go and see if I can find where the build guide is. Should be somewhere on the PT page, shouldn't it? The link to the Argyle build guide. Yeah, resources tab. Okay, I'll put the build guide in chat just in case anyone wants to look at home, I guess. Okay, that's pinned. Sorry if you can't, I don't know how easy this is going to pick up, because of it being white and with the streamlights, it's going to be as easy to see. Maybe if I put it at a slight angle like that, you should see it better, maybe. I don't know. It's just hard to control with it. Okay, I've got the build guide up. Just so I can see what all the components are. I'm not going to follow exactly the... Ooh, I've got myself... Oh well. I'm not going to follow the build guide exactly how it is, because I like to basically, when I'm building a few hole board, I like to put the components in order of the actual physical size of the component. So I'll start with the diodes and the resistors and small things like that, and then put in like the capacitors and the other big components in secondary. So this is when I turn the PCB over to then solder, the components should hopefully stay level, because the PCB won't be raised up to allow the components to drop down. See, if we put something like the electrolytic in, which as you see is quite tall, then it would basically allow the components to then move when I overturn the PCB to solder from the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to start with the 3.6 volts in a diode, just because I can then get it out of the way and I won't get it mixed up with the other diodes. So I do have a trusty component bender that I got off eBay, I think, some time ago, but it just helps with getting the legs folded. So I only need one. So I'll need to just see exactly where it should be marked. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'll need to see exactly where it's supposed to be on the build guide. Yeah, you see, yeah. Okay, so I do need two diodes. Okay. And it's D15 and D16. Okay. Also, I decided to stop with the having background music on, because I ended up getting pieces that said, "Oh, we're copyright free," and then getting muted on Twitch, and it's like, no thank you. I know this is probably not going to be the most sort of entertaining stream, because just sitting watching a guy putting components into a PCB isn't exactly the most entertainment, but I want to build it anyway, so if people also want to watch, that's fair enough. It might help someone who is still to put those together to build it, I guess. Okay, now that I put the main diodes in, I'm going to put the rest. But yeah, Matt, if you have any questions about anything, then I'm free to, I can try and answer them as best as I can. Just to sort of give something to talk about, I guess. So have you built I don't remember your username, no, sorry. There were a lot of people if you're talking about the meetup, but sorry. Ah, nice. Thank you. I'm glad that people are getting used to them. It was, like I say, it was mainly an experiment for me to see what the different finishes were like at my PCB fab, and I just thought that I would get experience of making something that needed paneling and at the same time would be sort of functional and interesting. Because I see that the problem is that basically I see most PCBs just basically, you know, they're going to be hidden away in a case. They don't sort of tend to look nice and just sort of, you know, they look really quite ugly. And I just wanted something to well, when I, like I say, when I designed my PCB from the Iggy, I wanted to try out the experiment with having the a zone that is cleared so that light would shine through it, because if you've seen any in the, especially in the US, they go to these like conventions and they have like their own little sort of badges that everyone, you know, designs and has like PCB artwork on them and stuff like that. And so I wanted to sort of do something similar. And so yeah, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to basically see, I'm in two minds of what I do with regards to actually putting my keyboard up as a, releasing it as a group buy, because hang on, that diode there is they're of opposite polarity to the other two. Are these all? No. I just need to redo these diodes because I put them in the wrong way around. But yeah, the main issue is that I either, because at the moment it's, well, it's here, so it's a ortholinear, and then I've also done a %, staggered version. But the main issue is that basically because with a group buy you have to have people that wanting to buy it, and judging by the success of through-hole kits at Prototypist, they don't sell. And because everyone nowadays, they just want hot swap, right? They want something that they can just take out the bag, put their switches in, put the keycaps in, and then go. They don't actually want something that they can, you know, have as a project as such, which I kind of think is sad, but at the same time, you know, people are either scared of soldering, they don't want to invest in the equipment needed, even though it's really not too expensive to buy soldering equipment. But so I do kind of understand why it's not sort of an okay thing now, I guess. I'll sort that out later. But it's case of so I've got the fact that it is a through-hole kit which people might not want to buy, and also it's not a 60%, so they might want to buy. Now I can basically fit a 60% layout on the Iggy, but it would lose the so the area that I have down here, which you can either have as a numpad or the LCD screen in OLED screen in two different places, or the two knobs in two different places. So the reason why I did that was that anyone could basically have the layout how they wanted it. And the issue is, if I go with a 60%, obviously that would take away the customizability of having those parts if needed. So it's kind of a case of, do I keep it how I want the board and have it fail a group buy, or do I basically get rid of some of the customization and just have it as a 60%, but then has to compete with every other 60% on the market, which, you know, when I've got the likes of you know, these pre-built from China that is very cheap, that comes with everything they need, that, you know, it's just hard to sort of basically work out if obviously if the project is going to fail as a group buy, then it's, you know, it's just a shame that basically that's just the way the hobby is, I guess. People want cheap and they want instant use. So yeah. But I'm pleased that I actually went and did the whole project myself, so, because I did the case design, a PCB design, so I'm proud of what I've done, but at the same time it's like trying to go from a personal project to a project that anyone liquid one is quite a big leap. Yeah, there's a few of these diodes that I'm going to have to straighten up when I come to doing the soldering. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've been in the hobby since well, my first sort of modern mechanical keyboard was a 2012 Razer Black Widow with cherry blue switches. Not probably a thing to advertise nowadays, but back then you didn't really have a choice. And then obviously when MK UK started up, I was a early member. I went to the first meetup, I think, in 2016 in London. So yeah, I've been in the hobby quite a while. But yeah, I guess with the sort of the jump in popularity of like esports and things like that, that gamers have sort of jumped on the bandwagon as such, especially as there's a lot more companies now that are into the sort of commercialized keyboards and stuff like that. And then obviously COVID happened and everyone's at home, so everyone wants a keyboard, and all of the designers that had free time to sort of do their thing yeah, well, like I say, it's the fact that they have such a, they're able to build in such large volume to get the prices low. Because obviously China itself is a huge market. In fact, it's probably the largest market, I would say. Well, obviously it's got the largest amount of people, so with it comes the largest market. But yeah, it's a case of the economics of scale, that you have to get the numbers really high, but if you do get it really high, you get it really cheap. Yeah. Well, like I say, because it's the biggest market and because you've got so many of these cheap boards coming out, there's lots of competition, so. But yeah, I think it sort of feels odd seeing this sort of like the return of Hall effect after its absence for several decades. Well, sort of 3-4 decades. So to have it coming back is quite interesting. Because I collect a lot of vintage boards as well, so I do have some vintage boards that do use a Hall effect. Some from the, even going back to the early 70s. Because that's one of the reasons why I do collect some vintage, well, most of my vintage boards is because the technologies that we used back when, you know, keyboards were expensive because they were built to last, and all of the different technologies that were around back then for all of the ways that the different switches worked. Is quite fascinating. And I also like the because the keyboards that I've collected are mainly sort of industrial based. So I've got keyboards from the military, from like banking, printing, sort of in the print industry. So yeah. Oh, this, yeah. I mean, like I say, I got this one from eBay. I'm guessing it, yeah, it was 3D printed, but in quite a nice filament. But yeah, it just helps make things neat. Obviously, this one does different sizes, so depending on obviously different projects have different sized things, but I could do more than one at a time, but I don't have to rush for time or anything, so. Right, so I'm doing the ones on this side now. I actually helped Jay with packing these some of these components. I packed all of the diodes in. Luckily he still had some some scales that he bought originally for measuring out switches, because he didn't realise when he was ordering the components that they weren't on a banderole. So instead of just sort of measuring out a length of diodes on a banderole, they were just in bags of 500. So I then had to weigh out enough of the, so I set it to the like a part count, and then I had to weigh out the correct amount of diodes. For each of the 200 bags, I think it was, that I did. But yeah, that was a good day and a bit's worth of work just doing that. Yeah, it was so fortunate that he still had that that scale. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been a quick sort of get one off Amazon for next day, I think, because having to count them by hand would just be so much harder work. Yeah, there's a few of these diodes I'm going to definitely have to straighten out before I solder them in place. But I get around to those. So you're going to be going to ClarkyCon near the end of the month. Nice. Well, I suppose you would be, because it's yeah. I realised as soon as I said it, it's like, of course you're going to be going there. Yeah. Meetups are a lot of fun. Nice, yeah. Well, I'll be going to certainly to the next MK UK one anyway, since I've been to all of the main ones that have been there. I needed to collect the meetup caps because I have a Waytech board that I had a load of keys without keycaps on, and I used to put the meetup keycaps on those keys. But the newer sort of double shot ones don't fit as well. reason my chat isn't showing up on the stream. I'll have to look at that when before next week's. Sorry if you can occasionally hear cars going past. There's a main road quite literally just outside my window down here, so that's why I tend to have my streams a bit later, because the traffic isn't as bad. Okay, yeah, that's probably my PC, which is just here. Unfortunately, I can't really control that because it's my the pump. Maybe I need to look at a better microphone then. Sorry about that. I think the main thing is that because as much as having you is nice, I wish I had more viewers. I mean, I had the last 2 weeks where I built this wooden Stegosaurus model on stream, and I had no viewers at all for both streams. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Right, I think that's all of the diodes, so I gave myself one diode spare. Right, I'll just put the resistors in as well because they're thin enough. Just needed to check with the guide on the 75 ohms are the 4.7 ohms because they both are green resistors. So I just needed to check the colour band. Now I could just check with a multimeter, but yeah, like I say, I do have a multimeter that I could check the value of. Okay. Now I just need to straighten everything out. Okay, thank you for joining me for some time. I hope your test goes well. Okay, now it comes to soldering. that's heating up. I do need to replace the tip on the end of my solder socket. Just in case. I'll just get a small fan set up just so that I can just blow some air just to make sure that the solder doesn't go in my face. I hope that that can't be hit, that isn't going to be too loud. So I'm just going to do one side of these diodes just to check that they are still straight. just going to also flow more solder onto these. The 4 connections that hold the housing of the USB-C in place, just to make sure that they have extra solder. They shouldn't really come off. I know that was a problem with some of the early blank PCBs when they had USB-Cs, but it never hurts to make sure. Just turn the PCB around to the ones this side. Obviously, like I say, I'll actually there's a few that I forgot on this side. One's already fallen out, so I'll need to go and make sure that one's in. Yeah, there it is. Just quickly put this in place. And also see if I can pull that up at the same time. It's because the USB-C port is there, so it doesn't get the it's not as flush to the soldering mat. So I'll straighten these all out anyway once I have finished. Right, that's 1/2 of every solder joint. So yep, there's a few that I missed. Okay, so now I can see if there's any that need sorting out because they're not pushed down enough. Okay, I need to reflow these. Two resistors. Which isn't the easiest to do. Need a bit more solder on that joint. You need enough heat for the enough solder to go through the PCB, otherwise you end up pulling the breaking the pad. pull that one level. And the same with that one. That's gone too far now. There we go. Just going to slightly pull this bottom one out down here, and then it's time to just solder the other side of the connections. There we go. It would have just been perfect. It would have been absolutely fine to have just left that there, but it's just my OCD. I like the if the components are going to be seen, I like them to be nicely seated. So I can now go through and solder the other leg. Now that there's one leg already done, you can't really see much because of the light, but it's not easy to see because the streamlights make it reflect. But I've only got a few more components to add on after I've done all of these. And I can take the case apart and start soldering in switches. Sorry, you can't really see much, but it's hard to do soldering without covering up the camera. Try and zoom down a bit more. Not that you can, like I say, probably see much. Just put the rest of my components out the way for now. Just check those two because I forgot to solder them in before. Yeah, they're still fine. This is why it helps with, like I say, when you're soldering, to solder the lowest profile components first and then go up. Right, that's all of the soldering done on that side. Put the board around. probably take a short break once I've finished this soldering, as it will be 2 hours. Okay, that's all of those done. I just let myself lie and cool down for now. Just do one last check to make sure all of the diodes are in the correct polarity. Yep, diodes are good, resistors are good. Time to just zip them off. course now you have the job of clearing up all of the component leads that decide to fly across the bench. Oh crap. I've just gone and broke a trace. Gonna have to repair that. I think. Hang on. Yeah. It might just have been I think I was very lucky. I think that's just the ground plane that I've exposed. Rather than the we'll see anyway. If it needs to be, I'll have to fix that off stream. I was being very too aggressive with my snips. So I may have been very, very lucky with that. Okay, so that's all of the I'm just very, very lucky that that was just the grand plain trace that I got rid of. So everything should still work. Right, I'm going to take a break because it's been 2 hours since I started streaming, so I can clear up all of these leads, which I'll still be finding probably for the next plenty of time. So I'll see you back in about 5 minutes or so. So I'll just put the BR back screen on and we'll be back shortly. Okay, I am back, and I'm going to start with the rest of the components. Now we have the capacitors. Now these are non-polarized, so they can go in whatever direction. Well, you can only go in two directions, but and we've got these smaller capacitors, which are 22, I think, are they? Yeah, 22 picofarads, because capacitors are measured in farads. So at 100 nanofarads for the larger ones. So these ones are going to go either side of where the crystal is. Oh, sorry, I forgot that I had zoomed down. So we just put the 100 nanofarad capacitors in C6, C2 and C3, which is underneath where my head is, and then we've just got the 2 picofarad capacitors either side of where the crystal is. So I am going to also solder the crystal in place. Crystal is another component that doesn't matter which direction it goes in. So I'm going to solder these first and then come back for the remaining components. But I don't really need this anymore because I'm only dealing with a few components now. So I'll just get my soldering iron heated up. I won't need the diode bender anymore. Now I don't want to put this face down because I don't want to end up putting any pressure on these components. But I'll still only do one leg of each. Make sure I get all of them. Sat down right. yeah, I need to re-blow that crystal. You can see how, well, it's hard to see because of where the camera is, but you can see that it's not straight. The rest of the components look alright now, so I can just solder the rest of these in place. Sorry, it's not very easy to do on camera. Switch my fan back on. Okay, now we only have a few more components left. So we have the fuse, which goes where it says F1, and we have the electrolytic. So this one is polarized, so you'll need to make sure to line up the silver line with the black and the silver, or the black and the white, depending on your capacitor, lines up with the black and the white markings. So just those last two components, and we've just got the sockets left. Now it's important that these two pads of the capacitor do not bridge together. They look alright. Just turn how to go. Okay. Now we just need to put the I forgot to cut these ones off. So now I need to just put the sockets in place. Just need to bend these back slightly because they've become bent in the bag. They should straighten each other out when I put the put them into these sockets anyway. Now when putting the sockets and the chip in place, you'll see that on the silk screen there's a little half semicircle. You won't be able to see because of the light, but when you get it you'll see that there's basically half a semicircle at either end, and that half semicircle will match with the little indent into the side of where both the chip and the socket, so they need to be lined up so that the chip is in the correct orientation. I'm just go. That's one socket in. Now I'm just going to solder just a couple of pins just so I can get it bedded in. make sure it's flat. There we go. That's that socket in place. Okay, that's that socket done. So now I just need to solder the rest of the pins in both the sockets and also put the reset button or the boot switch, which goes at the very bottom. So the reason why we have two sockets is that one is actually the main processor and the other one is called a boot expander. Good evening, Moons of Empire, thank you for joining. No problem. I've only been soldering the components, so the main sort of keyboard build hasn't happened yet. Was that socket done? Well, like I say, I started the build at 8 o'clock, so it's been an hour and a half at the moment. But yeah, I'm just doing basically the last socket and the reset switch, and then I can get started on basically the switches then. Well, like I said, they're basically exactly the same. I mean, although sadly you weren't here for the start, I can just recap what I did. But basically, unlike the guide, unfortunately Jay didn't set the guide out how I would have done it personally. But basically, you start with the components of that are going to be the lowest profile. So basically you just start with, like I say, the diodes, the resistors, just the diodes and the resistors. So that means that when you actually lay the PCB on the opposite side, they are still going to be pressed against the side of the mat. So they tend not to end up looking bad. But for bending the diodes themselves, I recommend a component bender similar to these. They're only a few pounds, or 3D print one yourself if you have access to the 3D printer. And then basically when you're soldering, you want to only solder one leg at a time on the opposite side. So then if needed, you can then position the component the other side to make it look good, nice. And then I also use just a jig. This one, I got this one off Amazon. It was £8, so fairly cheap. And then basically, once you hold the PCB in place, it means that you can then put your components in and the diode legs are straight. Because the problem is, if you bend the diode legs, you can end up then messing up with the alignment of the diode on the top. Yeah, I mean, I've only just got that just for this build, because I normally end up with sort of, you know, putting a solder reel, or I've got reels of wire either side. But obviously, because because I have the diodes either side, I can't have something underneath. So that's why I used that jig for in the middle. So now I've just got the other side and also the reset switch. But yeah, if you want any other advice, then free to ask. I mean, like I say, there's the first half of this to catch up later on as well if you want. Unfortunately, because of the colour of the PCB and with having the streamlights, it's hard to show up things like the silk screen doesn't show up, and because of the reflective nature of the PCB itself. But yeah, part of it is basically all your solder needs to be on the back side, so then you can basically if you know if your soldering is not the best, it's not going to be visible on the top side. Yeah, no problem. I mean, like I say, if you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer them if I can do. Because there's not many people that do builds with through hole kits anymore. Okay, so that's all of the soldering done. Like I say, I can't unfortunately show it on camera because of just the reflective nature of the PCB, unfortunately. With it being glossy white, it doesn't show up well. So now the last thing that we've got to do is to put the chips in place. Again, the chip itself has a small notch in it, so you've got to make sure that the notch lines up with the notch on the socket. Unfortunately, like I said, these the chips themselves weren't packed separately in with the components. So. Thank you. Yeah, had this been a matte black PCB or matte white, I guess, it would have shown it better under the streamlights. Okay, that's one chip done. That was the main processor. This second chip is for the port expander. So the port expander is basically gives more pins because there's not enough pins on the default chip for what is needed. So that's why you need a expander, which is what the second chip is. sockets aren't the best for trying to get the chip in place, but they're cheaper than some of the other options, so it'll go in eventually. There we go. So that's all of the components done on the board. Oh, my chat's finally decided to work. Don't know why it wasn't working before, but it is now working, which is good. Yeah, I mean that's the whole. I mean, if we compare, hang on a minute. Just let me get one of the PCBs of my Iggy, and we'll compare the two. Okay, so I'm back. So this is the Iggy, which is my own board. So I've got the diodes across the top, but the same set of components more or less. I've got a slightly bigger port expander, but that would be the port expander, then that's the main processor. Then I've got extra LEDs on mine, but everything else is the same. But yeah, right, now I can start doing the main build. I'll just put the PCB to one side for now. Get rid of these component leads. That's the only problem when you got a through-hole build. You end up with lots of component leads everywhere, and then you end up finding them for months afterwards because they end up pinging halfway across the room. No, this part down here can be either a numpad or, I mean, I can show you it. So this is the working keyboard. So I have 4 switches here, so that's page up, page down, home and end. I wanted to put two screens here, so I've got basically a position for the OLED screen can be either up here or down here. The rotary encoders can be either 2 at the top, or like I've got here with 1 at the top and 1 at the middle. So this can basically you can customize this area however you wanted it to be. So obviously this is an ortholinear layout. I have done the PCB for this with a staggered 40%, but the problem is that I think if I were to do this as a group buy, I'm not sure if there'll be enough of a enough to meet the MOQ. So I can make it into a 60%, but the problem is I'll then lose this area. So it'd just be basically just a blend 60%. There won't be any the OLED, the rotary encoders. So I mean, different people have different, you know, different needs, but yeah, my whole thing with designing that board is so that people can customize it how they want. So, for instance, the LEDs that I have, it's set up so you can hot swap the resistors. So you can change, obviously different LEDs would need different resistors. So if you wanted to change the keycap set, you can hot swap the LEDs, hot swap the resistors for the LEDs. I basically built it so that people could have their board how they wanted it, but unfortunately it seems that nowadays the vast majority just want something that is hot swap for the switches that they can, you know, unpack from a box, put the switches that they want in, put the keycaps that they want in, and then use. So it's still in a sort of a case of, if I went with it, could it work? I mean, you know, I'm fine with doing the design for the PCB for the case. If when ordering the components I could order them correctly so that there wouldn't be as much of a faff to sort out. But that's a conversation for another time, I guess. Okay. No problem. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with talking over keyboards, whether they're my own, whether they're vintage, whether they're whatever. I really don't mind. I'm happy that someone else is here. So thank you for joining along. Okay, longer screws at the back. I'll just see if these are magnetic. Okay, these are not steel screws, so they're probably aluminium. just getting the dust that was on the bottom of the case, inside of the case. I haven't got a big table, so I've just got to put some to the side. And hope I don't cause an avalanche knocking everything off. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be using SA 8010 as my key set, so it's not going to match as good as it could do, but it should match up fairly well. Right then, time to make stabilizers. I'll just turn my soldering iron off for a minute. It's going to have to be 6.25U at on the bottom because I've run out of 7U wires. And now we come to the most boring part of building a keyboard, in my opinion, which is lubing stabilizers. I just need to go and get a brush, excuse me. To cause an avalanche. the Argyle only comes in staggered. It's just my own Iggy that is in ortho. Yeah, I can use both. The only reason why I when I first sort of, basically 8 years ago I had just finished building my my first water cooled PC, the PC that I had just before this one because I only finished building this one a few months ago, so I had that one quite a long time, and I wanted a new keyboard for that because I still was using basically a Razer Black Widow from 2012, which at the time that I got it was that there wasn't much choice, so it had cherry blues. So I basically wanted a new keyboard, and I'd been sort of watching some sort of tech videos on YouTube, and then there was a review for a keyboard called the Plank, and what got me basically into it was that it said that it was programmable. So I wanted to sort of try and kind of get into programming. So I thought, oh great, it says it's a programmable keyboard, so it's going to be something that's nice and easy, and I can sort of dip my toes into and stuff like that. And so it was a case of that, I saw this keyboard, it looked quite cool. I got it off Massdrop because that's what it was on at the time, but I happened to see this review. So yeah, my Plank was my first sort of modern mechanical keyboard, I guess. Though before I actually got my Plank, I'd went and got a vintage Alps board. So I was actually using a vintage Alps board, a 75%, at the time when before I even got my Plank through. So yeah, that's why I got my Plank, and then I looked on eBay, and there's a company in see, I just needed to get the screwdriver. There's a company in Ireland selling basically old point of sale keyboards, and they had some point of sale keyboards that were in an awful linear layout, but they had basically a full, like every key you could want on a 105 key. So they had a separate numpad, separate F rows, and all of the sort of, the home and insert delete keys, all laid out in an awful linear grid. So I basically bought one of those boards, so I could see sort of how the layout was like. And because it was in it was connected by a DIN connector, so I could use the converter that I had bought for my Alps board to use this point of sale keyboard. So then I basically based my plank layout and the Iggy layout off of the layout of the point of sale keyboard. But yeah, I can use either. I mean, I don't measure my speed, I'm not a fast typer, I can't touch type, I just I don't work in front of a PC all the time. I do use a computer quite a lot, but I wouldn't want to take any of my boards into work anyway. Exactly. But yeah, so yeah, I can use either ortholinear or the staggered layout. I mean, some of the keyboards that I have that in my vintage collection are not standard layouts anyway, because some of them are, quite a lot of them are from before the mid-80s, where the IBM Model M standardized the layout. Most of them I've converted where I can do. There's a few that I can't because of the basically the language that the because they're a non-standard switch, they're not a standard contact-based switch. But like I say, a lot of them I have converted. Basically, you just take out the controller that's already there, map out the matrix, and then just stick in a teensy T++ and then program it in QMK. I mean, it's easy for, basically all you need is a multimeter. You know, any cheap multimeter that you can get that has a continuity function. So that basically means that when you touch the end of the two probes together, it completes a circuit inside and makes a buzzer. So that basically all you would then do is to basically put one end of the probe on a particular pin of the microcontroller, and then go along and see if you can match a pin from a switch to the pin from the microcontroller. And then once you basically know where the rows and columns are, yeah, you basically, because basically, you know, the yeah, well, for that you use a website called KB Firmware, which basically you put in your matrix and then it would generate out the required files for QMK. And then there's a converter that's being bought out that will convert the files from KB Firmware into the latest versions, the latest formats for QMK. So once you do that, then you know you basically just then have to then flash it. Yeah, it basically, like I say, you put in what your matrix is, and it will turn your matrix into the required QMK files, which is brilliant for, like I say, when I'm either converting or for if I have some of my hand-wired builds. Of course, it's not technically, like I say, compliant with what the correct QMK formats are and stuff at the moment, but like I said, there's a conversion website that does put it in the correct format to use. So do you have a particular keyboard that you wanted to convert then, or were you just interested in the process? I see. Fair enough. I have done streams in the past. I think I've uploaded them on. They'll be on my YouTube page. But I did several conversions. Excuse me while I just pick part of that stabilizer off the floor. Ah, you're quite near them. Now, where did that stabilizer bit go? I'll just quickly go and get another part from my stabilizer bag. Yeah, like I say, if you have a look on my YouTube page, that's where I upload all of my the past streams that I've done. Yeah. Yeah, I had to not for directly through the keys themselves, but I did design a PCB for a full-sized. I got the case, and so I had to design a PCB for it, and it had lock lights in the top corner, so I had to do those. Gonna do split by shift, so I won't need any stabilizer for those. Yeah, split right shift. Yep. I will have ISO. yeah, so I'll have split left shift, split right shift. I think what I might end up doing is putting the switches into the plate and then putting the plate on the PCB just so I can get them clipped in alright. Well, they might be in alright. I'll put a few more in and have a look. Now these are just fresh from Jay. I don't tend to lube my switches because, to me personally, I don't see the point. I think it's a waste of time. But I know that most people in the hobby are not me, but hey. Yeah, these aren't going into the PCB, the plate very well. So I think what I'm going to do is put them into the plate first and then put them into the PCB. I don't mind. Like I say, I've used vintage boards that didn't have lube in them, and just, to me personally, I'm fine with how they are. But I must admit that I am not one to be to give helpful advice when it comes to switches, to be honest. Well, no, but I'm not talking about just cherry vintage switches. Yeah. It's good that you think that, because most people, when they say for vintage switches, oh, you should get new old stock, but new old stock is not good because, as you've just said, the use helps to grind down any imperfections in the plastic. Well, the only way out reason why I'd say it would benefit is for if you were buying Alps switches. If you wanted to buy Alps, you're better to get new old stock because of the design of the Alps switch itself. It means that they're easy to get dust and dirt into them, and although they are able to be opened and cleaned, they're just still not as good. But again, that's sort of going out of the spec of Jerry, which yeah, I understand that. Yeah, fair enough. I actually have a proto Topra board that isn't before they went electric capacitive, so it's just basically a spring over dome over basically the PCB has like contact points that are bridged by graphite on the underside of the dome. Just checking before I push it together that the pins are both coming through. That one there isn't. think it was, wasn't it? Okay, they look like they're alright, so just going through and pushing all of the pins through now. Yeah, I mean they can bend, but it's easy enough as long as you don't force the switch in if you know that there's a bent pin. Then it's easy to go and straighten out. Right then, how to lay out the bottom row. I think I need this space bar because that's yeah, I mean, different. Things are different, aren't they? Can never properly do the bottom row. Yeah, I've had the keycaps in for quite a while because I was planning on sort of making a vintage inspired layout, but the problem is I haven't managed to find a vintage case that I want, that I could design a, well, I'd need to design obviously a PCB to fit the vintage case that I want, and it was just a case of that Jay had the Argyles on special offer at one point, and so I just thought, hey, I'll just get a blue Argyle and actually use a set that I have had for months. Right then. Yeah, it's it was based off the colours of an old vintage set. Well, that's obviously what 8010 is. I've actually got a vintage board that's in a similar coloured keycaps and in a similar layout, so I'll just go and fetch that just to show you. Yeah. So this is a vintage board of mine, which you see it's still got the the numpad in the alpha cluster, and then it's got these which are the blue coloured. I've changed the layout on this to put arrow keys down here because it did have 2 arrow keys here and 2 arrow keys down here. Right, switches are in place, so I just need to solder them now. Yeah, I mean, like I say, it was popular on, like I said, this sort of. I mean, you see it nowadays on like laptop keyboards and stuff like that. But yeah, the same layout was actually on vintage boards. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's plenty of, you know, vintage sets that people use, and it's like, you know, they look good because they, like I said, they were designed for back when, you know, keyboards keyboards used to be full of colour. You know, I've got, you know, keyboards that are vintage that would totally sort of be the same colours as newer sets. Oh, I've got some old. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've got some vintage, you know, trading boards as well. I've got a Waytech and also a old routers board as well. Yeah, I'll go and bring it for you. So this is my routers board. Yeah, but this came before the 9009. This came before the Cherry board. So the actual, yeah. I don't have an exact date on it, but yeah, this is I think 1988 or something like that, I think. So yeah, it was before Cherry had theirs. Powered by the mains, so it's got a giant transformer. So this one I haven't converted yet. And then this is my Waytech board, which has GMK carbon on at the moment. No, this is GMK carbon. This isn't ski data. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, that's why it's got the novelties up here. But yeah, I bought this from a seller in the in Europe that had basically they'd oh well, I've got SA carbon on here and GMK carbon here. It's one of my favourite sets. But yeah, I bought this keyboard from a seller in Europe that had basically gone and got rid of the keycaps, sort of half tried to harvest the switches, because the switches have most of the switches had LEDs. Sorry, not LEDs. Some have LEDs, but some of them have diodes actually in the switch, in-switch diodes. So they had basically gone and harvested the top of the switch and left the other half of the switch inside. This is a screen in here. I do have the power brick for it, but unfortunately it's tucked away, so I can't power it up at the moment. But yeah, this is a screen. And this board is from 1998, so it's pre-USB. But there's a special like brick that has all of the communications on all of the ports. But yeah, I did a whole like I say, if you look on my YouTube, I did a 2-part video where I basically went and put this all back together again and did a teardown. as I was saying before, this is a set of vintage keycaps. So these are vintage. But look how colourful they are. Yeah. Well, like I say, Honeywell came from vintage PCs, vintage keyboards. This was made in the 26th week of 1978. That's what that little... You can't focus on it, can you? But there's a sticker that says 7628. Oh, sorry, 7826. So this, yeah, this is from 1978. So you see all of these secondary letters above the alpha cluster. These are basically from oh, what is it? It's gone out of my head now. ASCII, that's it. So these are the different symbols for ASCII letters. So you've got AC, which is acknowledged, then you have the bell, you've got like, obviously that's DLE, so that's delete. EOT, that's end of transmission. And yeah, that's what all of those little symbols mean above where the secondary legends are. Yeah. And then I have my earliest keyboard, if you can call it a keyboard. So this is basically all mechanical. So it's similar to like a typewriter. So even this one, we have WRU, which is who are you. We've got EOT. We've got the bell. So yeah, this is basically from a very, very early like a printer. So it would control the circuits through here. But like I say, there's no switches. It's just purely mechanical. And like I said, this has the earliest version of ASCII. So I don't know the exact date that this particular version was made, but it started being made in 1963 and discontinued in 1975. So yeah, that's just a little trip down history lane of some of my boards. No problem. Like I say, I'm always happy to show things if people are interested. I think my soldering iron's gone to sleep. I don't know of that, if it's a key set. Do you have a particular link to it? Okay. I mean, SA profile isn't for everyone. I tend to prefer more of a sort of a spherical keycap rather than a cylindrical, so yeah, I guess that's what the thank you. I'll have a look. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that off. I think Jay showed one of that. Yeah, the typewriter, yeah, with the ball in it, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's very blue. Yeah. Well, like I say, obviously different people have different things. I mean, I like the how this set has the blue and the white as sort of a contrast. But yeah, so many of, like I was saying before, so many vintage sets had so much colour in compared to nowadays where it's just sort of the usual sort of white or cream with black lettering. But like I say, back in the 70s and 80s, it was good. Yeah, I have a new, the new version of the SA Space Cadet for the Hyper 7. Just make sure these are fully in. Yeah, they are. Yeah. The one of the owners in the group for the Hyper 7 board reached out to SA and managed to do a group buy for the keycaps. So they were quite expensive, but at the end of the day, I think they're going to look brilliant on the Hyper 7. Yeah, it's through MechBoards. Yeah, it's a huge board. It's going to take up like all of my space just to have it in here, but I got the PCB for the R3, but I didn't like the case, so I've bought the case in the R4, and then I already had Cat Space Cadet, so R4 you could still have the bent steel or a fully enclosed steel case. The group buy for it is still open because they might get more units when they start getting build streams out. but they've designed the Hyper 7 case on a similar design to like the Saturn 60, so it's got a handle at the back. Right, I think that's all the switches sounded. Right, I can turn off that. Now turn off the soldering iron. If I can get these protective edges off now. Right. Hang on, I need to put the plastic windows in first. what did the guide say? Okay. Was a pack in here just to clean off the. Sorry, you couldn't see. I was just putting the windows in. gasket parts. Sorry that you can't see much, I'm just trying to peel away some double-sided sticky tape from the edge of a very thin gasket that the tape is actually pulling away instead of what I want it to do. Aha. There we go. That's one side done. Ah, I see. I had someone else felt saying that there was a buzzing noise. I'll have to see if I can try and stop it, I guess. I did have background music on, but I kept on getting the case of, even though it says copyright free, it would still end up blocking, well, muting my Twitch stream for certain parts of it, and it was just like, I'm not fussed of listening to music. If viewers want to listen to music, they can listen to their own. So rather fiddly trying to get this tape off. Might try using a pair of tweezers and see if that helps. Nope. Second one's done finally. I managed to peel half of the paper. I've managed to peel the paper layer in half before trying to peel the paper from the actual tape. Okay, these are going to have to be glued in. Okay, now I've just got to hold these in for the super glue to set. But it should be alright, as long as it keeps it where it is. Right, now that I've done that, I can put the assembly back in now. Where did I put my screwdriver? Probably staring myself right in front of me. Either that or I dropped it on the floor. I had dropped it on the floor. Yep. Just got to put the keycaps on now. This would have been so much easier had these been magnetic screws. Yeah. I mean, I can understand that they're cheaper to make than steel. Right. I'll just quickly put the feet on. Okay. Keycap time. Oops, I didn't realise that the fuse was so high it's bending the slightly on the capacitor, but it should be fine. Right. I think that key is for if it's a 40%, I think. I don't think I need any of these. I bought extra keys because I didn't know what sort of board I was going to originally put this on. Not sure how many of these we'll need. These program keys. They're supposed to go at the top down here. Yeah, there's a separate, you could get a separate ortho alpha kit. probably. Like I say, I would need to obviously program what I wanted to use. Right, I'll leave these up here for now. Put some back that I'm not going to need. Right, I can put that back because I won't need that. Or that. Okay, I think that's how I'm going to do it. think there's anything. No. There we go then. Thank you. The blues don't match that well, but it's it matches well with the white PCB and the white white alphas. So yeah, I'm happy with that. So have you got any more questions that you want to answer? As it's now been 5 hours since I started stream. It does look kind of funny with having the SA on, because it's stands quite proud of the case edge. No problem. Well, I shall end it there then. Thank you for sticking around. Next week I think I'll be building a mechanical clock next week, if you're interested in that. I tend to rotate what I build so that I'm not building the same thing week after week. Okay, well yeah, I'll see you next Saturday then, at 8 o'clock. So if anyone is watching in Nevada and wants to see the build of a mechanical clock, then 8 PM next week. And if it's past that, then it'll be on my YouTube page. So goodbye.